Hello everyone and welcome to the Carlsquare Nordic Life Science Investor Day. We have a number of companies that are going to present today, all presentations followed by a short Q&A session. And we'll head straight into it now because the first company we already have with us here today on link, and it is Orion Corporation. And with me to present for the company, I have Jari Karlsson, who is CFO. Good day, Jari.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning to you too. I'll simply hand over the word to you and you can start your presentation. I'll return in a moment to ask some questions.
Thank you. So, good morning to all of you on the line from Finland. So I will now walk you through a short presentation of Orion, who we are, and also what are the key drivers for our business now and in the future to meet our financial targets. So just to set the scene, a few words about Orion as a total for those of you who don't know us that well. So we are a Finnish-based pharmaceutical company, not a startup. So we have been around for more than 100 years. So Orion is a fairly old pharmaceutical company. We are roughly 1 billion in sales this year due to one-time deal, a little bit more than that, but the base business is roughly 1 billion. We have been for many years nicely profitable, and that of course is our aim to continue with that as well. We have a little bit more than 3,000 people employed, and roughly 70% of those are located in Finland, where most of our manufacturing sites are located, and also our R&D centers. Sales, on the other hand, we have in very large number of countries around Europe, and over the last few years we have expanded the sales presence also the Asia Pacific, where we have set up five operations in five countries. When it comes to the business split, we have still today, we actually are in the middle of changing slightly our organization, but that doesn't really have that big overall impact on these numbers. So this is where we today are. We have our proprietary product division, which includes the innovative part of our business, and also some of the Orion's legacy products that were invented by Orion, but over the years have lost already the patent protection, but still hold some brand value. And then we have specialty products, which then includes our generics business and our consumer health business operations. We have also an animal health business, and then we also produce pharmaceutical ingredients in our Fermion unit. We also do a little bit of contract manufacturing, but that's fairly small business. Geographically, Finland is the largest individual country market for us, so close to 1/3 of our sales come from Finnish market. And then when we add also the other Nordic markets, we are at roughly 45% of the total sales. Then roughly 1/3 coming from the other European markets, and then finally about a little bit more than 20% coming from markets outside of Europe. This year, the profits look quite different from the past year, and the main reason is that we did in the middle of the summer one very large out-licensing deal with Merck from US, and that's why the growth percentages look so good. I come back to a couple of words about that deal in the next slides. So this year we already have reached this 1 billion after 9 months. And that of course means a very healthy growth from last year. But like said, and also in the operating profit, the drivers for this year's extraordinary profitability and very fast sales growth is this one deal. So the underlying business, like we forecasted at the beginning of the year, is very much in line with last year's numbers. And that also is true to the operating profit margin. And of course, cash flow has also been very strong because of this one-time deal. So the year has been a very good one for Orion. And this has been a very eventful year for the company. The year started in February when our most important partner today, Bayer, updated their estimate of Orion developed prostate cancer drug Nubeqa. This product originally was developed by Orion, and in 2014 we made an agreement with Bayer, and with that agreement Bayer got the global rights for the sales of this Nubeqa, and they also carried majority of the costs to develop that market to reach the market authorization. At those days, Bayer's estimate for the potential for the product was roughly 1 billion euros, and now they updated the potential to be 3 billion or even more. Orion's share of this product is roughly 20% royalty, and we also manufacture the goods, which of course, like you can very easily calculate that if Bayer really is going to reach their sales forecast of 3 billion, that would mean more than 600 million of annual royalty income at that point for Orion, which in our size of a company is a very high number. So very positive, and the updated estimate by Bayer was based on very successful phase 3 clinical study results, which allowed now Bayer to extend the target population for this product from the earlier stage prostate cancer patients also to the little later stage. So for people where the disease has spreaded also the other organs than prostate cancer. And this product really is the key driver for our next several years development. We also did change our research focus, narrowed it down a little bit. So this doesn't mean sales focus, but this is really the focus what we are doing in the early stages of our R&D. Oncology, that has been part our key driver or in research already for a few years and has resulted, for example, the Nubeqa product I discussed earlier. And then the other is now pain. Earlier we had a little bit broader central nervous system focus, but now we have narrowed it down to pain. We also have now, since the beginning of November, a new president and CEO for the company. The previous one, Timo Lappalainen, held that position for close to 15 years and has now retired. And Liisa Hurme came from inside of the company. She has been here for close to 25 years and has been member of the management team already for the past 15 years as well. So she is definitely not new to our business. And we are very happy to have somebody from inside to continue leading the company. And related to the pain focus, we made this summer a deal when we licensed in a very promising new molecule for pain. We also expanded our animal health business this year a little bit by acquiring a company which had operations in Belgium and France, and that more or less doubles the size of our animal health business. And the idea there was that our animal health business earlier was very dependent on the Nordic markets and also very dependent on many partnership arrangements. And this acquisition gives us more of our own products and also an animal health product dedicated manufacturing facility. And then comes to the deal which I already mentioned when I discussed the numbers. So Orion and Merck announced a global development and commercialization agreement for ODM-208 program, which is also a treatment currently studied for prostate cancer. So another very good result from our oncology research. And what made this deal so important for us was that the MSD paid us $290 million as a signing fee to get the rights to this product, which in Orion scale is by far the largest individual agreement we have ever made. And this, of course, shows that we now have a very large partner, very much focused on oncology, and who also clearly, like one can guess from the numbers, has a strong belief in this molecule. This molecule is now in phase 2, and both parties are working hard to get it as soon as possible to the phase phase 3 stage. And based on the study result for the which I already mentioned in the Nubeqa, which then allowed Bayer to update their estimate for the sales. Based on those studies, FDA in US has now already approved the extension of the indication also to the later stage patients in prostate cancer. In Europe, the approval is still under evaluation by the European authorities. And then we changed the organization a little bit. So that was the first decision made by the new CEO Lisa Hurme, that we divided the human side of the business into 3 business units instead of the 2 we have had earlier. And all of those transactions we have seen this year and the news flow, they very much support our long-term financial targets. We have had these financial targets, you can see here, for quite many years. So we want to grow the business. Earlier, this statement was that more rapidly than growth of the pharmaceutical market on average. And a few years back, we made it a little bit more concrete that we want to reach 1.5 billion in sales in 2025, which is still a very ambitious goal, thinking that at this moment we are in roughly 1 billion. So we need to grow the company in a relatively short period by 50%. And this growth, the Nubeqa product definitely plays a key role. We want to maintain a strong balance sheet with an equity ratio of at least 50%, and also our aim is to be a very profitable company. For many years, the company has been able to generate more than 25% of net sales level for operating profit. In some years, we have been slightly below that, but most of the time for the past decade or so, we have been at that level. And that is our aim also in the longer run. That doesn't mean that every year we need to be there, because we also need to make certain that we can put enough resources and effort behind development of the business. And in some cases, especially if there are very promising and good R&D programs, the spending on R&D might maybe have some slightly negative impact on the profitability. But that is a long-term goal, and we strongly believe that this is a very achievable goal also in the future. And then finally, we want to continue paying healthy dividends to the shareholders. And none of these targets is I mean, maybe growth is today the one which gets the most focus, but at the same time, we always need to remind people that the growth as such is not that important. It has to be a right type of a growth, which allows us to maintain good profitability, allows us to continue paying the healthy dividends. But it's clear that, for example, in today's environment, when their costs are rising, there is a lot of inflation. It's almost impossible to maintain high level of profitability if you cannot grow. So the growth is very important. And some of the growth drivers we have been discussing with investors and outside world many times. So already several times mentioned the Nubeqa product for treatment of prostate cancer. That clearly is for the next 3, 4, 5 years the key driver of the growth of the company. Easyhaler, our product line for respiratory diseases, that is also still growing, even though it is gradually reaching its peak. Then animal health, we just recently did this acquisition, which of course adds to the top line of the company as well. But then in longer run, it's quite clear that the key driver for the long-term growth of Orion is very dependent on our capabilities to innovate and bring to the market new proprietary type of products, which really have some unique offering to the patients around the world. And here are listed some of those code names we are using. I will discuss a little bit more about those next page, where there is a slide about our research pipeline. But on top of that, we also are active in licensing products. We have this European-wide coverage for sales, which we have also expanded outside of Europe recently. And we definitely are very, very interested in finding new products to sell for those good people we have in so many countries. So in-licensing is very, very important, and we also are looking more actively acquisition opportunities than we did in the past. The Innovet acquisition for the animal health was actually the first one we did for very, very long period of time. But we have come to the conclusion that even though the organic growth is still the key driver for in our strategy, we need to complement that with also in licensing and M&A type of arrangements, because otherwise there is a risk that the growth will be very, very volatile, especially when it comes to the R&D, because as we all know, the predictability of success of R&D programs, especially when they are in very early stages, is not that high. So we know that most programs reaching the clinical phase will fail over the years, and that's why there needs to be also other means for growth than only R&D. But of course, the upside potential for very successful R&D programs definitely is much larger than in the other areas. And of course, we have these other goals. So acquisitions sometimes are difficult to make if you also want to maintain high profitability and strong balance sheet. And then finally, a few words about the key clinical development pipeline. So of course, on top of these main products, we also are doing all the time work to develop new generic products, but they are as individual projects so much smaller that we typically have not listed them in this slide. We also do programs in the animal health side, but they are not listed here either, because they typically the overall impact for the group for individual animal health project is also much smaller than for the projects we are having here. So we have in the oncology, the key projects we currently have, we still have together with Bayer. Bayer actually is paying a majority of the cost, but Orion is carrying some part. So there are two different studies. The Arasen study is in the registration phase, so that was the one which triggered the Bayer to increase their sales potential, and it has been approved already in US, but in many other markets, the process is still going on. Then there's another ongoing study which still will continue for a few years, which also then hopefully brings new potential for this product. And then we have this ODM-208 program, which we are now doing together with Merck, which is in phase 2 at this moment. And we are together with Merck going to work very hard to bring it as soon as possible to phase 3 as well. So a very good oncology pipeline, and of course the idea is then also to bring new products to phase 1 on regular basis. Then we have the pain molecule which we in-licensed this summer that has recently entered phase 1. It is a very interesting molecule because, as you probably have heard about this opioid crisis, especially in US, which means that there's a really high demand for product pain treatment medication that is not opioid based, and this product definitely is one of those. But it's still in fairly early stages, and it will take a few years before we really start having better understanding that how likely it is that we will be able to get to the market. But at least the early stages look very promising. And then we have from our older pipeline one product which is not pain or oncology, but because the molecule existed, we are planning to continue the development of ODM-105 program, which is aimed at psychiatric disorders. And then recently we actually have cancelled some Easyhaler studies. So currently we are not not working on the Easyhaler platform anymore, more for new products. Might come times when we still do, but for the time being, mainly for commercial reasons, we decided that the probability of success compared to the market potential and the cost for developing was not good enough in these cases. But this is basically where we are. So very good, strong late stage oncology pipeline. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more addition to that, and then some assets in the earlier stages as well. And this was the end of my presentation, and now there is 5 to 10 minutes time for questions.
Indeed, Jari, thank you very much. You mentioned that the growth for your Easyhaler has peaked. I'm curious to know more about that.
Yes, not yet, but we are closing. I mean, the growth over the last few years has very much been based on one combination product, which actually is a competing and a copy of AstraZeneca's large product, and by the time when we entered to that research or development program, we estimated that the existing older portfolio and this combination type of products jointly could generate sales of roughly 150 million at peak, and we still have a little bit road to reach that level, but we are currently already in clearly above 100, approaching 120 million or so. So there is still a little bit of growth opportunities, but then when comparing that growth opportunity of some tens of millions to the overall growth ambition of growing the business more than 400 million over the next 3-4 years, that of course is only representing a fairly small part of the overall growth target we have. Still important and currently still the largest product brand we have in our portfolio. But like I said, some growth opportunities, but only maybe of some tens of millions.
Tell us a little bit more about your generic drugs, because they still play an important role to you. I saw that 49% was specialist healthcare. What do you think about the future of generics in general? Will we see more or less emphasis on generics in the Nordic health?
Well, it is, of course, a very, very core part of our business, and one of the 3 new business divisions which have, one of them will be called Generics and Consumer Health, and that will be by far the largest of the business units we will have in starting from next year. So generics is a very, very important business for us. That was the origin of Orion, even though we have done research since the 70s and 80s and brought to the market quite many innovative products. But generics has provided us the basis for our business. Steady sales, steady profitability, steady cash flow, and that kind of a business allows us then to take the risk on the research side, which then on the other hand will bring some of the long-term opportunities. More than half of our generics sales currently come from Finland, where we are a dominating force. So we have roughly 25% market share of the generics business in Finland, which is an unusually high share or any company in any market. And we've been able to maintain that high share year after year after year. It's a combination of some of the large number of legacy products we are producing, but we also are very actively in licensing products from other generic players to whom we can then offer our sales platform, especially in Finland and other Nordic countries, and to some extent also in certain Eastern European countries where bulk of this business is coming from. And we believe that this will continue also. On the other hand, it has to be acknowledged that finding very rapid growth in that business is very, very challenging. There's a lot of competition, there's a lot of pricing pressure, and of course now when added on top of that also for the first time in many years, also clear cost pressures. So there are some challenges in the business, but for the time being, it still continues to be a nicely profitable business for us, and we don't really see that changing in the coming years either, even though the overall margins of that business are gradually declining, but not very rapidly.
We have a question from the crowd.
Yes. So on the other side of the spectrum, rare diseases is also a very big part for many pharmaceutical companies. Can you talk a bit more about why you chose to not go and develop more into the rare diseases area?
How come you're not developing more in the rare diseases area?
Well, I guess the challenge with the rare diseases really is that they quite often actually require fairly strong and heavy R&D anyway, and then of course the market potential, because they are rare, is then typically smaller. And our conclusion finally was, we've been looking at this, that this, if it was not the path we wanted to go. Of course, rare disease is a little bit strange term, because it can cover almost any disease areas. So you cannot develop only rare diseases. You also need to be expert in certain areas of rare diseases. But like I said, we've been considering that, but the conclusion has been that we probably will not anyway concentrate on those type of areas, but rather do something a little bit larger, and probably is due to our capabilities and the areas where we have our expertise.
We have another question from the crowd.
Yes, I'm wondering about your strategy for in-licensing. What kind of project characteristics are you looking for?
Well, we do in-licensing in because we have such a broad business portfolio. So one form of in-licensing, which we have been doing for years and years and years, is just to get generic products to complement our already very large portfolio. And that's an ongoing, and none of those projects as such or product as such will generate huge amount of revenue for Orion. So that's one. And then another thing is to on more of the branded and innovative side of the business. And there are two different. One is to find products that are already in the market, or at least very close to the market, which then for which we could utilize our existing sales presence in the market, and that would complement and help to get better use of the sales we already have. And then the other is like this pain molecule we licensed this year, is to complement our R&D pipeline, to find something which is in a little bit earlier stage, where we can take a larger role and then also develop the product on our own. So we are looking at both of those, and in the latter one, we are very much focusing on the same areas where we are doing research, meaning oncology and pain. When it comes to products that are closer to the market, there this definition is not necessarily exactly as important, because we anyway already have existing sales and existing branded products in larger variety of diseases. So there we have a little bit more flexibility. For example, broader focus in the CNS area than only pain. But I guess those are the key things when we are thinking about in licensing.
All right. Do we have any more questions from the audience?
The animal health business, how is that different from other business areas in terms of the wider market? How does, for example, inflation impact your animal health business as opposed to your human medical business?
Well, I guess in principle, of course, the development of the products, whether it's for animals or humans, whether they are generic or more proprietary, there is not that much difference. Typically, the animal health product probably can be developed in a little bit shorter period of time. Then when we think of the market, of course, the target audience is different. So we meet different people, and that's why the sales forces also are in our case very separate. One big difference though is that in the human side, the governments have a very strong role in either forcing when the patents expire the business to move to generics, or they also are very much dictating the level of prices they accept in order to reimburse the products. And on the animal health business side, there's nothing like that. So it's more like negotiation and what you can offer to the market, and then it's up to each customer to decide whether they are willing to pay the price asked, but there's no government involvement. So it gives a little bit more flexibility, which of course means that in case of inflation pressure, it's easier also to change the prices in the market if the competition allowed that. That of course is always one needs to take into account. On the other hand, we have seen some signs on the animal health side this year that when the purchasing power of consumers is going down for the first time for a long period of time, we are seeing signs that people's willingness to spend as much money as they did in the past on their pets is maybe slightly lower. So from that perspective, different businesses, more pricing power, but at the same time also because government is not using tax money, also more dependent on what people can afford to do.
All right. Thank you very much, Jari.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Carlsquare's Nordic Life Science Investor Day. There is a lot happening in the realm of Alzheimer's, and today we have with us Alzecure's CEO, Martin Jönsson. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
I'll just remind our viewers that if they have any questions, just feel free to ask them in the live chat, and I'll make sure to pick them up. And in the meantime, I'll hand you over the word, and let's see what you have to say.
Okay, thanks so much. Hello everybody, thank you for tuning in. And my name is Martin Jönsson, and I'm the CEO of Alzecure Pharma. And what I will go through with you today is who we are, our focus areas, and our pipeline, and the science we are having that the company is building on, and also the progress we are having in our programs in the Alzheimer's space, and also the goals for 2023. And then also a proposed rights issue, which is coming up in December. If we look at Alzecure Pharma in brief, Alzecure is a company focusing on Alzheimer's and pain, and we know those are areas of huge unmet medical need. We were founded as a commercial company in 2016 with a sponsorship from the Swedish Alzheimer Fund. And you can see us as a spin-off out of AstraZeneca, because AstraZeneca were active in the areas of CNS, Alzheimer's and pain into 2012. And when they stopped their research, 5 researchers from AstraZeneca, together with Alzheimerfonden and researchers at Karolinska Institute, started the Alzecure Foundation. And we are a very experienced team with competence from target identification, molecule development, preclinical work, and development. So we have a broad competence. And we are based at Karolinska Institute, and we work very much with the Karolinska. And we have developed 3 platforms with small molecule candidates. And we have Alzstatin, where we are developing a treatment to prevent that the people are developing Alzheimer's disease. And then we have new Restore, which are a novel first-in-class symptomatic treatment for cognitive disorders, where we also focus on Alzheimer's disease. And then we have Painless, a platform with Pain Project, where we are using the same, to some extent, same mechanism as in new Restore, but reversing them. And we will come back to that. And then we are listed at Nasdaq since 2018, and we have a market cap around 200 million and a cash position of 37 after Q3. And our business model is that we are a research and development company. Our aim is to develop our projects into early clinical phase up to 2A and then to out-license. And what we are focusing are small molecule drugs, and that is to increase our risk, likelihood of success in our projects. And if you look at the small molecule, it's very small and compared to, for example, biologics. And the reason we are working with small molecules is that the likelihood of a small molecule to come over the blood-brain barrier and hit the targets in the brain is much higher with a small molecule. But also our aim is to be able to develop oral medication, and then also small molecule products are also much more cost effective to produce. So there is a benefit both for the company and for society. And we have a pipeline that you see on this slide of 6 different projects, which are divided into our 3 different platforms. And if we begin with new Restore, our lead candidate ACD856, we just finished a phase 1 study where we had positive results, both on safety tolerability and also showed target engagement. And we have also generated additional very positive data around new Restore, which I will talk to a bit later. So this candidate is actually now phase 2 ready. Then a second program, Alzstatin, there we are in preclinical phase. This year we have advanced new molecules, which we have been presenting on. And then we also have the Painless platform with our pain projects. And there, this year, we started a phase 2 with ACD440 targeting neuropathic pain. And this is a program that we expect a readout on mid next year. And then we also have TrkA-NAM, where we are focusing on osteoarthritis, a big indication. And this year we have presented a new preclinical data, which I will talk to later on. And we work very close with leading experts in the field. Here you see examples of partners we have had for very many years. Professor Bengt Winblad, a neuroscientist from Karolinska Institute. Professor Maria Eriksdotter, also at Karolinska Institute. And then we also have world-renowned Henrik Zetterberg in Gothenburg, specializing in biomarkers. And these are individuals that we have been working with for a long time and has been crucial for our development. And if you look at our primary focus area, it's really Alzheimer's disease. And Alzheimer's disease is an area which is costing the society more than oncology and cardiovascular diseases together. And this in a patient population which is expected to triple in the next 30 years. So why is that? The reason is that, as we know, people are living longer and longer, and the risk of developing dementia and Alzheimer increases with age. So we are expecting the population to triple in the next 30 years. So around 150 million people will suffer from dementia, whereof 60 to 70 will have Alzheimer's disease. And if you look at Alzheimer's disease, you can divide it up in two different phases of this progressive lethal disorder. In the first phase, you have so-called pre-symptomatic Alzheimer's. And during this period, you don't experience the disease, but what's happening in the brain is that there are toxic proteins, amyloid beta, building up in the brain and breaking down the structures of the brain. And today there are no treatments to block this. And then you have symptomatic Alzheimer's, and that is when you are having the symptoms, starting with speech problems, memory loss, and then functional problems. And there are some drugs today, but they aren't very effective. So what we can say is that there is a huge unmet medical need in both these categories. And if you look at the different therapies for Alzheimer's disease, we can look at it in this way. There are symptomatic treatment, disease-modifying treatment, and preventive treatment. And disease-modifying treatment, like the antibodies, they are slowing down the disease progression, and you start the treatment when you have symptoms. But what you also need for the patient to really improve life quality, memory capability and so on, is a symptomatic treatment which is enhancing the memory and learning capabilities. But what we really need is a preventive treatment. And we at Alzecure work with all of these three different types of therapies. If you look at how we are approaching this, we are approaching it with two unique platforms. We are having Alzstatin, where we are developing the preventive and disease-modifying treatment, where we are focusing on minimizing the production of the toxic protein amyloid beta. And here we are developing an oral medication. And then for the patients who have developed cognitive problems like in Alzheimer's disease, we are developing NeuroRestore to enhance the individual's capability to learn and remember. And also here we are developing an oral medication. And if we begin to look at Alzstatin, the preventive disease-modifying treatment against Alzheimer's, with Alzstatin, we are focusing on to prevent the development of plaque in the brain. And this is happening through a cascade where the toxic proteins are entering in the brain and building up. And this cascade is looking like this. And here we are focusing on the starting building block, A-beta-42, to reduce A-beta-42 production. Because when A-beta-42 comes into the brain, it's building up in bigger and bigger fragments. And it's these bigger fragments which are breaking down the brain. And the antibodies that you have heard of are going in removing the toxic plaque. We are starting at the start to see to it that these toxic fragments aren't being produced or reducing the production. And we will see a film explaining this more in detail.
In the cell membrane, there are many different proteins, one of which is APP. This protein is cleaved by specific enzymes into smaller peptides. In Alzheimer's disease, APP is initially generally cleaved by an enzyme called beta secretase. The second cleavage is made by an enzyme called gamma secretase, resulting in the release of a smaller fragment called beta amyloid. This protein has a tendency to clump together into larger aggregates, oligomers, which damage and interfere with the normal functioning of the nerve cells. Over time, large insoluble protein aggregates are formed in the brain, so-called amyloid plaques, which is a key hallmark of the disease. Alzecure's project Alzstatin prevents the formation of beta amyloid and reduces the buildup of amyloid plaques in the brain. Alzstatin does this by modulating the gamma secretase so that the enzyme cleaves beta amyloid into shorter fragments that are not toxic to the cells, nor aggregate to form plaques.
This was describe the function of alstatin. So alstatin is focusing on A-beta-42 to diminish the production of A-beta-42, the toxic protein. And the way we are doing it is by a so-called gamma secretase modulator, which is minimizing the production of A-beta-42 with up to 50 to 60%. And if we look at the different treatment stages that drugs are going in, you surely have heard a lot about the antibodies. One is available in the US, another one is on its way in. The antibodies are targeting mild Alzheimer's disease. And on this picture here to the right, you see what the brain looks like when it's treated with an antibody. The brain is really broken down to 20 to 30%, and you don't want to get there. What we instead are focusing on is to go in and treat the patient or the person before the brain is damaged, and to identify the patient at an early stage. And if we look at the alstatin differentiating factor compared to antibodies, we have it's a small molecule which to a greater extent penetrate the blood-brain barrier. An antibody only about 1.2% goes over the blood-brain barrier. Here with these small molecules is much higher amounts. Also that we are developing an oral formulation for home treatment, so you don't need to go into a hospital to get an infusion. And then also, as we talked about, it's a preventive treatment because we don't want to damage the brain. We want to make sure that the brain is well functioning. And then also here, we're also focusing on to have as few side effects as possible, because we know that the antibodies, as we've seen from the study, are truly causing side effects. Then we are having NeuroRestore, which is our cognitive enhancer, which also have shown neuroprotective potential. And here we see an opportunity in several indications. And this is to improve memory and learning capabilities. And here we will see a movie explaining how it works.
The electrical impulses transmitted along the projections of nerve cells result in the release of particular messenger molecules, so-called neurotransmitters. These molecules transmit signals from one nerve cell to the next at specific contact points, or synapses. The dysfunction and loss of synapses in Alzheimer's disease correlates strongly with the clinical symptoms seen in the affected individuals. Alzecure's project, NeuroRestore, improves nerve cell function and enhances their ability to communicate with each other, including improving synapse function.
So this is NeuroRestore. So what NeuroRestore is doing, it is focusing on enhancing the brain function. And the way we are doing it is that we have developed compounds which are positive allosteric modulators, which are increasing the signaling of the neurotrophins like BDNF and NGF. And BDNF and NGF are very, very crucial for the brain health, but also for the capability for cognition and memory enhancement. And what's very positive with this platform, NeuroRestore, is that we believe it can be used in very many different indications, not only in Alzheimer's. You also have cognitive disorders in Parkinson, traumatic brain injury, and sleep disorders. So this is really a platform which has a large potential. And what we have been able to show that we can do is that we can enhance the capability to learn, but also to store what you have learned, and also to help to remember what you have learned. And we have dosed at these 3 different stages and shown that we have the capability in all of them. And this year, or this summer, we came out with positive results on NeuroRestore, and showing that it's safe, tolerable, and also are activating the brain centers, or the centers in the brain which are crucial in connection with cognition, but also actually in depression. Then we have also been showing that we have a potential neuroprotective effect, and that we actually also can activate the mitochondria with up to 25-50%, which is also big. And then what's also very positive is that we got our patent for NeuroRestore granted in the US until 2039, so a long patent term, and this is not including expected exclusivity. So based on this, this program, which now is phase 2 ready, has a great potential. And we will present new data in the coming week at the leading Alzheimer's Congress, CETAD, so stay tuned. Our second area is chronic pain, and chronic pain is leading to as many suicides like in depression. It's also the most common cause for sick leaves, and it also has led to an opioid crisis in the US. So we can truly say there's a huge need for alternative and more efficacious and safer treatments. And the way we are addressing this is with two platforms. We have TrkA NAM, a negative allosteric modulator, where we are focusing on osteoarthritis. And then we also have neuropathic pain, where there are more than 600 million patients. And here we have the ACD440, which now is in phase 2. And it's built on what was rewarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine last year. And this was rewarded to Professor David Julius for his knowledge around the TRPV1 receptor. And we have a TRPV1 antagonist, which we have in-licensed, which we have developed into topical formulation. Last year, we had positive results in a phase 1 study on safety, tolerability, and efficacy. And therefore, we went to the FDA with these results, and we got feedback and have started a phase 2 study, which we are expecting to read out so we can communicate the results next year. But this one looks very, very promising. Our and neuropathic pain is the biggest market for pain medication. Already now, you have sales of around 11 billion. But you have also a double-digit growth, so the sales potential here is huge. And then we have TrkA NAM, a non-opioid treatment against severe pain conditions, where we are focusing on osteoarthritis. And we know that targeting NGF is a good thing. We can see from the NGF antibodies, which showed very good effects, but they have side effects. So what we have done is we have developed a negative allosteric modulator focusing on NGF signaling. And here we are expecting to reach the same efficacy, but have a better side effects, develop an oral medication, and also to avoid addiction problems. So this program also have a huge potential. And if we look at 2022, it has been very successful for Alzecure, and now we are getting ready for 2023. And our milestones and activities that we plan for is to out-license one of our programs, either in pain or in Alzheimer's, to have a pre-IND meeting with the data that we have generated to start the next clinical trial, and also progress a new molecule, alstatin 680, into next phase with preclinical development, and also to advance TrkA NAM into towards safety testing and select a clinical candidate, and then also to deliver phase 2 data with ACD440 in neuropathic pain. And to finance this, we are now proposing a rights issue, which already is guaranteed to over 80% by our main shareholders. And we will have a general assembly meeting around this on the November 29. And we have a over Alzecure option here as well, around 15 million. So this is what we are going for. And the reason why we think that Alzecure is an interesting company to invest in is because we focus on areas with huge unmet medical need. We have a strong team with strong capabilities that we have shown. We have platforms with first-in-class property, which really can be game changers. We also do parallel investment with potent follow-up programs. and we have multi-billion opportunities. And now we are also a phase 2 company. So this has been a very, very positive development. So thank you for that.
And thank you as well, Martin. I'm curious about the rights issue. You exited the third quarter with cash reserves of 37 million.
Yes.
How come you're doing it right now?
Because we think it's a good time to take in this money, and with our main shareholders that we are having are really believing in what we are doing. So therefore they want to support the company, and they also want to grow their positions in the company. So to finance, and so it's a good time point. And I also think that what we have done now here is also showing the great support we are having. We aren't paying any money to guarantors or anything. Our main shareholders are standing steady behind us.
Is there any specific end that you will use this money toward?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It is with regard to preparing for the next study with NeuroRestore. It's also to drive the business development. It's also to forward Alzstatin as well as TrkA-NAM.
Talk to us a little bit more about the phase 2 study in NeuroRestore. When can we actually expect it to begin?
I wouldn't give you a date there for the moment, because we want to have, first of all, we have new very positive data on several levels. So this data we are now talking about with leading experts as well as potential external partners. And then we will also have a discussion with the FDA in a pre-IND meeting, or to go for an IND. So when we have that feedback, then we can go out to the market and communicate something of relevance.
When I introduced you today, I said that a lot is happening in the Alzheimer's sector, and it almost feels like we're reading new study results from different companies every month. When a competitor gets a positive result, do you get happy?
I get happy because the patients, we need better treatments, and we also need several different treatments. And when it comes for Alzstatin, for example, the results that have come out now with the antibodies validating what we are doing, it also makes me happy, because I know that the big pharma companies are now looking for projects in the Alzheimer's space that they can in-license, which is increasing the value of our assets. And I'm also happy that the big pharma companies will invest more in the Alzheimer's space, because the investments has absolutely not been enough.
And how does your products differ from your competitors?
NeuroRestore, there is no other product which is like NeuroRestore, which is a positive allosteric modulator on BDNF and NGF. So that one is unique, and it's patented and everything. When it comes to Alzstatin, there are other companies like Roche, for instance, which has projects like Alzstatin. But if we have a very good molecule and everything, and can go in and treat early, this is very attractive for big pharma.
I'll turn towards the crowd now for questions. We have one I can see.
Yes, so for NeuroRestore, you mentioned the beneficial neuroprotective effect and the mitochondrial activity. What is the significance of these findings?
First of all, you know, the mitochondria, it's the power plant of the cell, and you can see in neurodegenerative diseases that it is downregulated. So if you can treat and increase the healthiness of the cells, that is very positive. And then what is also great is that we see new opportunities to go in other disease areas as well. So it's very, very good.
Any other questions from the crowd? Very well then. Then we'll move on. Martin, thank you very much for being here and presenting.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
We'll head now into another short break, but next in line is none other than CSAM Health Group. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to Carlsquare Nordic Life Science Day. I wish both viewers here on live at our studio, as well as viewers on link, welcome back. Today, or now, we shift our attention towards CSAM Health Group, which is a Norwegian group within healthcare. And with me, I have Sverre Flatby, who is CEO, as well as Einar Bonnevie, who is CFO. I wish you both welcome.
Thank you very much.
You prepared a presentation, unlike many others who have been with us here today. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. I'm happy to present CSAM here with my colleague Einar. First of all, let's tell you what it is all about. The three first words you see here: healthcare, specialist, and software. Very important three words, defines us very much. And by choosing that strategy, CSAM has become a leading Nordic player and also growing in Europe. And to explain to you what type of company, what type of market we are in, it's important to understand that e-health or healthcare software is a growing and a very stably growing market. And the healthcare spend is continuously being strong in the Nordics. They're also good here in the Nordics to put together clinical systems in hospitals. Also, the increased regulations in the market is actually a good thing for software businesses. They're getting more complex and more important for healthcare processes. And also, these specialized clinical type of components are growing and actually the largest part of this thing within the specialized healthcare. And as you know, with these times of war in Europe and different things within the financial business, obviously this type of market is really not affected that much. It's a very strong, predictable, growing market. And also the growth further in the years to come in Europe is also very strong. So keep that in mind when you think about CSAM and where we're going from. And then obviously, most important when it comes to our people, more than 300 people, why are we working here? If you look at this couple, what are they thinking about? Maybe they want a child. Maybe they've just called 911 for emergency call, or maybe some in their family has got cancer. In all of those and similar types of situations, probably a CSAM component will be at work helping people. So all of our types of products are important not only for the healthcare institutions and the personnel, but also in the end for patients. And then we have come far. We are a very diversified, strong situation when it comes to our customer position. So we have more than 500 healthcare institutions as customers in 25 countries. And this diversified platform is obviously a very predictable, strong platform to grow on. So that there you have CSAM in a nutshell, a strong, predictable foundation with also a roll-up story and a growth story on top of that. And then if you look at the types of predictability and why we have predictability, well, these specialized software components are inside these areas for many, many years, sometimes many decades actually. So that gives us a very much of visibility when we look at all our 750 unique contracts. That also has given us extremely low churn over the years. That means the stability, predictability in our recurring revenue is extremely strong. And as you can see here in the bottom of this slide, some of our relevant customers that is behind these robust income streams. And then what type of components are we actually delivering here? Well, first of all, we have 7 business areas, and these business areas are all related to the specialized areas within hospitals or public safety. So if you start on the top left here, medication management is actually about handling cancer medication, and then it supports the doctor who creates cures It supports the pharmacy to deliver and produce the cure, and then obviously the nurses in the hospitals to actually administer and give the cure to the patient. And also subsequently an app for the patient at home to actually collaborate and say, I have eaten, I have slept, etc. And this is a small value chain inside medication management that gives a very strong position for us. And also women's and children's health, the second one there, is actually a similar thing, although it's completely different when it comes to looking at it as a clinical or medical discipline. However, birth for a child, everything is extremely important when it comes to your complete health for the rest of your life when it comes to the birth and the period before. So our systems here are handling important data before childbirth and also during childbirth and after. And the value chain here is also the doctors, midwives, and the pregnant lady. And then we have medical imaging. What is medical imaging in our context? Highly specialized, for instance, like this component, taking a picture of a skin cancer and then integrate that process and documentation with other systems in the hospitals. Again, highly specialized and important for healthcare processes. Top right there, you have something called connected healthcare. That is obviously not a medical discipline, but it's important for all hospitals in the Nordics and Europe and beyond, because they all have different applications they have to integrate into. And that is also another software business we have to integrate our other components into applications architecture in the biggest hospitals around Nordics and Europe. So what is health analytics? It's a very growing and important area. Health analytics is about using data that is important to plan, understand, analyze businesses in healthcare. And we have, through acquisitions also in this area, managed to become important when it comes to these type of registers and analytics models. And also here, we have different types of solutions that are used by researchers and also managers to administer highly important healthcare data. And then we have our biggest area, public safety, which is, for instance, in Sweden, where you have all 911 calls in Sweden, is obviously handled by software from CSAM, where the operators are handling these incidents. And at the same time, we have software also in Sweden, Norway, that also are in the ambulances to make sure that the ones that drives the ambulance and also the people in the back of the car that treats the patients have their software as well. And the last business area, blood management, is actually about how to handle different types of processes around blood. It has to about those who are giving the blood, storage of the blood, and processes within the clinical area to deliver this blood and also tissue, etc., to important clinical processes. So all in all, if you look at all of these, the reason why the predictability of our business is so high is, of course, that these type of components are highly important for patient treatment. And that is the good thing with our current operational business. And as you will understand now, on top of this, we are also acquiring new types of businesses, which gives us the possibility not only to be predictable, but also growing. So we have called that process buy, integrate, and build. And we buy software businesses with the same characteristics. And then we have a process to integrate them over 2 years into our business to secure a margin expansion. We have a target margin of 30% EBITDA, which we aim to have each time we acquire something and use our internal processes in 2 years. So that is how we do it. It's a model, and we've done it 15 times. So it's a well-trained team. And then now, if you look at us just now, we have ongoing integrations based on acquisitions we've already done. At the same time, obviously, we have a lot of dialogues going on to acquire more companies, but as of now, these are the ones that are going to be integrated. And that is how you have to understand how our financials are developing, because there's nothing happening just from a quarter to another. It's a combination of all these portfolio companies and integration of those that creates the 30% margin in the end. So that means our aim for 30% margin now will be at the second half of 2023. And then to run this business, it's highly important how you organize the business. And we have made sure that these businesses are separate business entities, centralized, making it easier to focus more on the customer, be customer-centric, and also make sure that we can measure organic growth and profitability within each business area. And at the same time, it gives us the possibility to scale better when it comes to how we integrate these companies. So all in all, we have shown over the years that we have had a combination of very strong growth based on these recurring revenue streams. On top of that, we have an organic growth of 5 to 10% annually based on mostly reselling to existing customers. And then on top of that, we have our growth story. So this combination is meant to bring us to 1 billion in sales in 2025. And I think this is probably how you should read us when it comes to our future reports on the stock exchange. And also, we have ambitions and we have a history showing our ability to do what we say we're going to do. So we have been the leading Nordic player for some years, and we are growing outside the world, the Nordic region, and we also aim to be notable in Europe and in the world in the years to come. And I think we have shown that through our actually current performance. If you look at our second quarter this year, that we are growing outside the Nordics. And also see we are very strong in Sweden, which also is a spine and a backbone in our recurring revenue business. So maybe now we should go into the financials, and I'll give the word to my colleague Einar.
Thank you, Sverre, and good morning, everyone. Let's have a look at the numbers. CSAM, we have had experienced very strong growth since 2015. That was also the year when a private equity investor, Privik, came into CSAM. They exited a few years ago. And these are the numbers in Norwegian kroner. So we are growing from approximately 50 million kroner in sales in 2015, and we reached 330 in 2021. And we're heading towards 400 for next year. So that is where we are. The main focus and the main traction is the recurring revenues, and that is a combination of classic service and maintenance revenues or SaaS revenues, so subscription. But the thing is, they are growing and they are growing fast, and we see from Q2 21 to Q2 22, you see an annual growth of 35%. So this is really the backbone. And our customers, they are typically in the public sector. 95% of the sales are to customers in the public sector, in the Nordics and elsewhere. So very, very stable counterparts and very, very low churn. So we have over the years experienced less than 2% churn. So this is really the perfect foundation on which to run an M&A business. If you look at the second quarter, we are soon to release the third quarter number, but the second quarter numbers are the latest. You see that the total revenues, they grew 13% quarter over quarter, same quarter last year. And the quality of earnings, i.e. the recurring revenues, they comprise almost 80% of total sales. And growing. The reported EBITDA shrunk a little in the second quarter compared to last year. And that is because of all the acquisitions that's very mentioned. We typically acquire companies that are turned around or turned better. So when we acquire companies, they typically dilute our margins temporarily, and we will restore them. Also, a lot of some delivery projects, we received order faster than we could process them and had to hire in some consultants to assist us. But that is a temporary challenge. But again, you probably could have worse problems in a company than having too many orders to process. Where are our investors? If you 1/3 of the investors are like Sverre and myself and the original founders of the company. The free float is approximately 70%. And on that free float, you see that actually the biggest investor group are Swedish investors, followed by Norwegians, and then a growing part of Anglo-American investors, UK and American-based investors. A lot of the investors they are institutional, long hold, buy and hold forever type of investors. Very good for us, very robust investors. But we should also like to attract other investors like the private investors. They will provide liquidity, and we think it's also a good investment opportunity for other investors. And there are two ways to invest in CSAM. One is, of course, the share. We're listed in Oslo on Euronext Growth. Ticker code is CSAM. And we will release our Q3 numbers on the 30th of November. So that is the next update we'll have. It will be a live transmission. You can check our website and you can just log in and view us. We have analyst coverage by two investment banks, Carnegie and the Norwegian DNB. You can also invest in CSAM by our bond, listed on Nordic ABM, alternative bond market. And we have currently 500 million NOK outstanding. The bond is running at 3 months NIBOR plus 500 bips, matures in 2024. So that is how you can invest in CSAM. All right. As Sverre said, we will. What are we going to do next? We will continue to focus on e-health and especially software for hospitals, growing in the Nordics and beyond Europe and elsewhere. We will continue to focus on recurring revenues. That is really the backbone for us. Either we do M&A or for our bond investors. And we will grow as fast as we can organically. Typically, the market grows between 5% and 10%, so that is what you should expect. And we will grow through selected mergers and acquisitions. We aim to reach 1 billion exiting 2025, and that will be a large part of that will be through acquisitions. All right, before we go into the Q&A session, we have a newsletter, some exciting stories about CSAM. So you can sign up to our newsletter. You can either log into the webpage on the investor section, or you can simply scan the QR code here on screen, and it will take you directly into the subscription section. All right, that sums it up from all we wanted to say, and we are now ready for all and any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Einar and Sverre. I'll head into the questions now, and I'll just remind our viewers once again that if they have any questions, just write them in the live chat below, and I'll hand them through over to them. In your latest quarterly report, I'll leave these questions open, and you can jump in, so whoever feels most comfortable taking them. I took a quick scan, and as we saw here in the report as well, when it comes to your markets, in 2015, Norway was your biggest market, but now Sweden is your biggest market. You are a Norwegian company. I'm curious why that is.
Yeah, I think there are different answers to that question, but the obvious one is that, Norway and Sweden, we are neighbors, and we had, when we started selling software from Norway to Sweden, that was the first step. But then when we have done all these acquisitions, we have seen that, there are many, many good companies in Sweden that has created these types of software. So one thing is that Sweden has been very good at doing that, creating these software businesses that we could acquire. And secondly, that, Sweden is obviously bigger than Norway. And the summary of that, has created that simple model that, we are bigger in Sweden. And we are also more employ people in Sweden. So we are gradually becoming a more Swedish than Norwegian company, which I think is good for the business and also for our common efforts outside the Nordics, actually.
Let's talk about the Nordics as a whole then. What do you estimate the total addressable market in the Nordics to be?
Well, it's when it comes to clinical specialized software, which we are in, it would be around 3 billion Norwegian kroner. And if you look at outside the Nordics, it would be about 10 times that, so about 30 billion Norwegian kroner. So, and with our run rate, as Einar mentioned, roughly around 400 million, we are obviously just above 10% of the current market in the Nordics. So we have a lot to do to grow in the Nordics, but also a lot to do when it comes to growing outside. So in that sense, we have a huge thing ahead of us.
When it comes to market structure then, could you walk us through the main differences between your different target geographical markets?
Yes, I think if you look at inside the Nordics, to split between Norway, Sweden, Finland, and Denmark, of course, they are quite similar markets. So when we look at the hospital structures, they're quite similar when it comes to how they use these specialized components. And the reason for that is that most of our components are related to the human body. We are not selling administrative software like big EPR systems or patient administration systems, etc. Those are for the big Americans and for Swedish companies like Cambio or Norway's DIPS. So what we have done is focusing on these highly specialized things that are in a way global in their functionality. So that means seen from our side, the market are quite similar actually when it comes to how they use these medical processes, and that is also in many ways a global thing. Although, as I mentioned, our connected healthcare technology makes it possible for us to integrate to all of these specialized systems and application architectures all around the world. So for us, when you look at the market, we are going to stay stronger in the Nordics, going to be notable in Europe through acquisitions and also in the rest of the world over time. So we look at the 7 business areas we have. There could be more of those and there could be more countries. And the combination of that is how we grow.
Could you talk to us then a little bit about acquisitions? Because I know that in your Q2, exiting it, you had cash reserves of 261 million Norwegian kroner. With the current market landscape, how is it more attractive now to go shopping, or has it remained unchanged since the year changed?
Well, that's a good question. And first of all, we've had dialogues with many of those acquisitions we have done and those we talked to today over many years. That's how we've been working. We have a database of 300 different types of projects at the moment, M&A projects. And we have had this database for many, many years. And yes, it was a change, not so much during COVID, but after the war and in the beginning, it was a bit more difficult to see how the private market accepted the fact that, there were some changes in valuation. So it has been a while now when it has been paused a bit. On the other hand, there's no lower activity. It's more that maybe a lower frequency of actual transactions. So I think now it's at least my feeling is that now it's turning back and it's going to be easier for us to actually accelerate. So that is how I see it at the moment.
Then with that, we'll go over to see if there's any questions from the crowd. And yes, we have one.
Yes, so normally with the software, you can see that at least before people were not very inclined to switch software. The cost of switching was very high. Is that something that you see with your products as well? And how does that differ between your different product areas?
Yeah, that's actually a very important question. And I think you hit the actual thing with CSAM because most of these software types, those we have, and also all of those we have in our database when it comes to acquire, they are related to highly specialized processes. So let me take one example. If you have a birth system, that maternity system installed, a hospital normally would use maybe a couple of years to install. And when we won a contract in 2008 within maternity with a region, they used actually the 4 first years just to implement. And then they used the next 4 years actually to add value through types of integrations, new functionality, and then you have the value creation phase after. So in that sense, almost all our software types actually are there for decades. And the switching cost is extremely high, not because of the software, but because the processes, the projects, accreditation, reorganization, and stuff like that. So I think you hit the whole point there that this is why CSAM is actually so predictable when it comes to recurring revenue with extremely low churn.
Sverre Flatby and Einar Bonnevie, I thank you very much for your time, but we need to get going now. I wish you good luck, though, with CSAM Health Group.
Thank you very much.
We'll take a short break now, but afterwards we're guested here by Antti Vuolanto, who is CEO of Herantis Pharma. We'll see you then. I am now joined here by Antti Vuolanto, and he is CEO of Herantis Pharma. Welcome.
Thank you.
I'll hand you over the word now, since you prepared a presentation for us, and I'll return later to ask some questions.
Yes, very good. So, welcome also on my behalf. So, I'm Antti Vuolanto, the CEO of Herantis Pharma, and I will describe you about our company, a Finnish company, listed in Nasdaq First North Helsinki and Stockholm. And what we do, we are here to develop a disease-modifying therapy to Parkinson's disease, which is a great unmet clinical need. So we try to provide a proper treatment for the 10 million Parkinson's patients that currently are not getting the right level of treatment. As I said, we are listed in First North Helsinki. We have been there since 2014. The company was established 2008 based on discoveries from the University of Helsinki. So we have over a decade of research and drug development in the field of Parkinson's disease, and that has now matured into our lead asset that is called HER96. That is a very unique small peptidic molecule that captures the activity of a neurotrophic factor called CDNF, and that is combined with the easy route of administration, so we can use subcutaneous administration and we can deliver the drug very efficiently into the target tissue in the brain. And Next year, as a summary, next year we will run the clinical study that demonstrates the safety and the drug delivery to the brain also in men. We are a very compact company, so we have just over 10 employees, but most of us are PhDs. And how we work through our partners who provide the best expertise in the preclinical and clinical work that we do. We also have a very great scientific advisory board and the board of directors, combining a lot of experience in the industry, M&As, academic research. So we have really great network to work with. But let's go into our technology, and let's start that by a video that shows what we actually aim to achieve with the patients. So we have here mice, and these aged mice, they are walking over a bar, and that demonstrates their motor abilities. And the first mouse was just a normal aged mouse. The second one is an aged mouse that has an induced pathology that is very close to Parkinson's disease in men. And the second one really struggles. And the third mouse here is the pathological mice, but treated with our HER96. And now they are a little contest with all of these three mice, and you clearly see that the treated mouse is much quicker even compared with the normal aged mouse. So let's have the video again, sorry, while I continue the speech. So this is exactly what we want to achieve with Parkinson's disease patients. So based on preclinical data, we can really treat the symptoms. We can also transform the course of the disease progression. And it seems like we are even having a restorative effect on this very, let's say, the best possible animal model that there currently is. And how we do this, so what kind of a molecule that HER96 is that seems to be so great in this preclinical setting. But let's go first in the Parkinson's disease problem. So Parkinson's disease is a disease of degeneration and eventually dying of dopaminergic nerve cells in the midbrain. And that causes the motor symptoms, non-motor symptoms, and finally mental problems that many of the patients have. So motor symptoms include tremor, stiffness of movement, or rigidity. And non-motor symptoms, very often the patients report that constipation is maybe the worst thing. And related to mental health-related challenges, the Parkinson's very often leads into a dementia. What is very important to remember or know is that at the time of diagnosis, actually at least half of the dopaminergic activity has been lost. So if we want to change the course of the disease, we need to act as soon as the disease has been diagnosed. Today, Parkinson's is treated with the same drugs that have been invented 50, 60 years ago. So it's levodopa-based treatment. That helps to restore the dopamine levels in the brain. However, it does not affect the disease progression at all. And at a certain point of time, the disease has been progressing beyond the point that the dopamine or the levodopa treatment can treat the symptoms. And then at that stage, finally, the quality of life of the patients is really much compromised. What is the biggest reason for not having disease-modifying drugs for Parkinson's disease? It's actually much related to blood-brain barrier. That is a mechanism that protects the brain from foreign substances. So only the needed ones are penetrating the brain. And it means that also pharmaceuticals, the vast majority of the pharmaceuticals never gets into the target or the brain tissue in high concentration. So there have been in the history many promising therapeutic candidates that simply were not able to be delivered to the target tissue to do their biological function. However, there would be a huge market. So the current market size in Parkinson's disease drugs is around 5 billion euros or $5 billion. However, this is estimated to grow within the next 5 to 10 years at least to double. And that would be driven by disease-modifying drugs. So basically, delivering disease-modifying drugs, it's not competing maybe too much with the current treatments, but it's opening up a completely new market. And what we believe is that our HER96 is the perfect candidate as a new disease-modifying treatment for Parkinson's disease. And why we believe that? So first of all, we have a really unique mechanism of action that addresses the mechanisms behind Parkinson's disease. I will come to that a bit later. And how we have derived this mechanism of action is that actually HER96 is designed based on a neurotrophic factor called CDNF that was discovered in Helsinki University, and based on that discovery the company was established 2008. The company has studied CDNF protein also in clinical setting, but the challenge there was that as a protein we had to deliver that intracranially into the brain of the Parkinson's patients. The data was really good, but of course considering that administration route, it would be very difficult to deliver this kind of a drug to those 10 million patients that are currently suffering from Parkinson's disease globally. So we have been able to pack the activity of CDNF protein into small peptidic molecule. In preclinical settings, we have shown that this HER96, the small molecule that effectively passes through the blood-brain barrier in several animal models. And we also have shown that the disease-modifying effects stopping of the progression of Parkinson's disease in the models that has been as strong as with the parent protein. So we really have a great asset here. And what are the expected benefits for Parkinson's patients by using HER96? That would be disease modification. So basically, we aim to stop the progression of Parkinson's disease at the early stage of the disease. We also are working towards easy patient-friendly administration. So we have studied in preclinical settings, and next year when we run the first clinical study, we will use subcutaneous administration, very similar to how, for example, insulin is currently injected or administered. And based on preclinical data, we have very good safety profile. So we don't see any systemic safety concerns there in animal studies. So how HER96 functions? So basically, even though it is not known what triggers Parkinson's disease, we know that the degeneration of the neurons and the ability or the disability to produce the dopamine there in the midbrain neurons is driven by certain three factors. First of all, the neurons, they suffer from chronic neuronal stress, so-called endoplastic reticulum stress. And that in turn also affects the aggregation of alpha-synuclein aggregates. So these are toxic protein aggregates and that are accumulating in the tissue. And they are further compromising the function of the midbrain neurons. And at the same time, in the surrounding tissue, there is a chronic neuroinflammation state. And we actually can affect on all of these mechanisms. And how that's done is that there is a process called unfolded protein response pathway that controls the so-called proteostasis. This is quite technical, but however, that the proteostasis governs how the proteins in the whole cells are synthesized, secreted, and then also digested or and the chronic stress results or is caused by imbalance of this unfolded protein response. And HER96 can balance that again. So preserving the normal state of the neurons. And at the same time, it decreases the amount of the toxic alpha-synuclein aggregates and affects this surrounding tissue that has the neuroinflammation. We have very good and very strong preclinical animal data that really confirms and demonstrates that all of these three mechanisms we can affect. So now when you look at this graph, you should observe the difference between the blue bar and the gray bar. So the upper figure demonstrates the survival of the midbrain neurons, and using the subcutaneous administration of HER96, it increases the survival by 50% approximately. The mid graph shows the amount of toxic alpha-synuclein aggregates. We can decrease that by 32%. And the low figure shows the effect on the neuroinflammation, which is basically removed completely after the treatment with HER96 in these mice. We also have very good data on the brain penetration of HER96 following a single subcutaneous administration. We have studied that in mice, rats, and dogs, and in all of these species, the data is very aligned. And of course, next we need to study this in men. But the graph here shows below data summary of a dual microdialysis study in rats. So basically, we have followed the concentration of HER96 in plasma, so blood, and in interstitial fluid, so directly from the brain. The key point here is that we can achieve with one single administration, subcutaneous administration, a level of more than 100 nanograms per ml concentration in the brain. And while we know that the therapeutic concentration starts with approximately at 1 nanogram per ml, we have a big margin there to really reach the required concentration in the tissue that we need to have for the effect. So, what we are going to do next? So, during this year, we have completed the preclinical studies, both the proof of concept, so efficacy preclinical studies, and now also the safety studies, and we will submit the clinical trial application for the phase 1A study by the end of the year. So, during next year, we will run the phase 1A study. That will be a study in healthy volunteers, and that study will provide us information about the safety of administration in men, but also blood-brain barrier penetration. So we will measure the concentration of HER96 in cerebrospinal fluid. And we are financially in a good position as we are fully funded through the next year's clinical study into 2024. And what is our strategy? So basically, we aim to have a global partnering deal for HER96, latest based on the phase 1A results. And this is very common commercialization path for a small biotech company. So partnering with the big pharma and having a collaboration or out-licensing deal to address the later stage clinical development and further on the commercialization. All right, that was everything that I had to say. So thank you for listening this.
Thank you as well, Antti. I'm curious, you expect evidence of blood-brain barrier penetration by the second half of 2023. Do you expect then to enter into phase 2 in 2024?
Yes. So basically, of course, we need to then define what kind of a study it would be next, and that will be affected by the data that we will get from the phase 1A. So we can't yet nail down the exact design or the timing of this phase 2 study. But of course, we will try to get there as soon as it's possible. And as I explained, we have current funding until early 2024. So of course we need to then secure the resources for the phase 2 study. And as I also mentioned, our aim is to reach into a partnering deal, a collaboration deal with the big pharma, and that might also affect what kind of a study there would be the subsequent step. But of course, going into Parkinson's patients, multiple dosing, and a longer duration of the treatment is of course an obvious step to go forward.
Tell us more about the partnership. What would a dream partnership look like?
A dream partnership. I would say that would be a global partnering deal, but not just only out-licensing at a certain time point. As I explained, we have 15 years of experience with the same biology, and so we strongly believe that we would have we would be able to contribute to the further development quite a lot. So I would rather say that a true deal would be involving Herantis also in the further development quite deeply in the scientific point of view. Of course, then when approaching to phase 3 and commercialization, then big pharma companies, they have the best expertise. But I really would like to see our company to be actively involved in defining also the further steps.
The next question here is worded as follow. Neurotrophic factors have had the tendency to have poor pharmacokinetics, meaning that they struggle to cross tissue barriers and diffuse in the body. What about HER96? What is it that solves this issue?
Yeah. So basically, first of all, as HER96 is based on CDNF. CDNF is as a biological protein, it's very different from conventional neurotrophic factors. So actually CDNF is not directly comparable with other neurotrophic factors. But if we think about HER96, the size of the compound is around 1 kilodalton, so it's only a small fraction of the size of a protein. And in addition to that, it has advanced membrane or let's say membrane penetration profile. So as I presented with the preclinical data, animal data, it really has the capability of passing through membranes, blood-brain barrier very efficiently. So that is one of the key things, that we can really deliver the drug to the target tissue. At least with all the preclinical data that we have, it's really convincing. And of course, next year, the biggest milestone would be to demonstrate that in men as well.
Indeed. I'm curious about you as well, Antti. You became CEO in just July. I thought you could tell us a little bit about what you've been able to accomplish thus far.
Yeah. I have been with the company almost 5 years, and I started as a chief operating officer, and thereby I have truly an intimate knowledge and understanding both the business and how the company is running, and all the personnel and the network that we work within. And during these less than half a year I have been as a CEO, I believe that I have been able to maybe streamline our processes and maybe sharpen the strategy going forward, especially with the partnering attempts. And I'm really happy about the fact that the goals that we defined during the spring fundraise, we have been able to meet all the timelines, at least so far. So I think we are on a right track here.
Quite a high position to start as a chief operating officer. Who takes over that role?
Currently, we don't have that kind of a role, so I'm in a way having those both hats currently.
You do have vice presidents though for the clinical study.
Yes.
Could you tell us more about that role?
Yeah, so Charlotte Wiedebeck, our VP of Clinical Development, she has a very, how would I say, very great background for us. She has been working with Lundbeck, with Novartis, with Roche, and she's a neurologist by training. So she knows very well both the clinical side, but also the commercial side of the neurodegenerative diseases. And of course, she's a key person to define the clinical path going forward. So it's only about demonstrating the science, but also thinking about how a good idea and how a good molecule can become a real drug that is like a marketing drug.
We'll turn now towards the crowd, and we have two questions. I'll begin with you.
Yes, so just a question about for your trial, first-in-man trial, what would you say would be a sufficient regulatory or clinical endpoint? Do you have any thoughts on what that would look like?
If you think of the first trial, that's clear. It's safety study, so it's safety-related endpoints. But for the company, it's very important to be able to demonstrate the presence of HER96 in the CSF sample in large enough concentration that it would have a pharmacological effect. But if we think further in the clinical development, what we have seen, for example, with FDA, with Alzheimer's disease, is that the endpoints of potentially disease-modifying drug, there is great development. So it's not reliant anymore on the clinical signs and symptoms, but there will be a discussion, and there has already seen that different kind of endpoints related to the biological function and biological actions will be allowed and have been allowed. So that will be a key point going forward, that we can also discuss with the regulatory authorities which are the right endpoints for this kind of a new kind of a drug. And we know that the regulatory authorities are very willing to discuss about that, because that's a common goal to get these new drugs on the market.
I wonder about these Parkinson mice. Did you look at their brains morphologically and then look into these mice that apparently were restored in their functions? Did you see any morphological changes in the brains? That is there a healing process started with your substance?
Yeah, very good question. With those mice that we saw today on the video, we haven't done that. But if you go back a bit with the CDNF proteins or the parent protein, we have done similar study with rhesus monkeys, and there we were really able to see in a way the regrowth of neuronal synapses. So we really saw a regeneration effect in the brains, and we based on the data that we have, there is no reason to believe why HER96 wouldn't do the same thing. It is not that straightforward to study that, but that's of course something that we really would like to see more clearly.
And now a speculative question. Would you expect any impact of your substance on Alzheimer patients?
What we know about the mechanism of action, based on also previous studies with the CDNF parent protein, and that has been studied also in Alzheimer's models. We believe that HER96 could be a very good candidate for Alzheimer's disease and ALS, and maybe even some other indications. As these neurodegenerative diseases, they share many common characteristics due to based or the biology behind the disease.
We're moving along now, but Antti Vuolanto, thank you very much for your time. It was lovely to listen to. We're moving on now, and it's Monivent next, and we have Karin Dahlöf with us soon, just after this short break. Welcome back. We're now switching up the language till svenska när vi står här bredvid Karin Dahlöf som är VD på Monivent.
Stämmer bra det.
Det stämmer bra det. Du har förberett som de andra som har varit här och presenterat idag en presentation. Så utan dröjsmål, varsågod.
Tackar. Mitt namn är Karin Dahlöf. Jag är VD för medicintekniska bolaget Monivent. Och just idag så är det världsprematurdagen, vilket innebär att man vill öka medvetandet om alla barn som föds för tidigt. Och det är 1 av var 10:e barn som föds för tidigt. Och många av de här barnen, de är i en situation att de inte börjar andas vid födseln. Och det rör sig om 3-6% av alla barn. Man väntar på det där första skriket som ska komma när ett barn är fött. Men det är inte alltid det sker. Utan då får man sätta in insatser. Och vad man gör är att man helt enkelt pumpar ner luft i barnets lungor. För att få igång dem, för att få dem att börja andas. Och till höger här ser ni ett schema som man följer när ett barn inte börjar andas vid födseln. Så helst ska man komma igång med det här med inom 1 minut att man pumpar ner luft i barnets lungor. Och hur kontrollerar man då att man får ner luft i barnets lungor? Man tittar på att bröstkorgen höjer sig, man ser om de andas, vilket är svårt eftersom de har en ansiktsmask på sig. Och man ser så att hjärtfrekvensen ökar. Problemet är att man kan pumpa ner både för stora volymer och för små volymer i de här barnen. Och för stora volymer är speciellt känsligt på de här riktigt små barnen. Vi sa att det är den dagen som är just idag för tidigt födda barn. Och de har väldigt, väldigt små lungor. Så pumpar man ner för stora volymer här så kan man orsaka skador på lungorna som kan bli kroniska, men även sätta igång processer som gör att man får en hjärnblödning. Pumpar man å andra sidan ner för lite luft i lungorna så får ju inte barnet tillräckligt med syre. Så då kan man förlänga det här traumat när man försöker att få dem att börja andas. Man kan behöva sätta in andra metoder, intubera barnen, göra hjärtkompressioner. Och i det värsta fall så kan man ju råka ut för en syrebrist. Så att man får en hjärnskada där också. Och det här har belyst i en stor mängd vetenskapliga artiklar. Och vad man har sett är att om man använder en respiratory function monitor som det kallas, det finns inget bra namn på svenska för det. Men alltså att man mäter vad man verkligen gör. Man mäter volymerna man ventilerar med. Man tittar på om man har något läckage runt masken, vilket också innebär då att inte luft kommer ner i lungorna. Man tittar på vilken frekvens man ventilerar med, så man inte ventilerar för snabbt, så man inte hinner ta upp syret. Och allt det här har visat sig att använder man en respiratory function monitor så kan man förhindra de här väldigt höga volymerna eller väldigt låga volymerna. Och här är en artikel där man tittade på ett antal studier och sammanställde resultatet. Och vad man såg var att man fick signifikant lägre antal hjärnskador och hjärnblödningar. Och man använde mindre antal sådär riktigt höga volymer som då kan ge dessa skador. Och vad man också belyser nu, det är trenderna i förlossningsrummet. Att det finns behov av den här typen av utrustning. Väldigt många gånger så har man använt utrustning som är framtagen för vuxna. Som är tänkt att användas i intensivvården, men som inte är specifikt framtagna för förlossningsrummet. Där man har helt andra behov, en helt annan patientgrupp. Både var den befinner sig i mognadsgrad, den är precis nyfött det här barnet. Lungorna är kanske inte utvecklade ordentligt. Och vikten är mycket, mycket mindre. Så den här utrustningen som man har utvecklat till intensivvård eller till vuxna passar helt enkelt inte i förlossningsrummet. Och sen ser man också att man behöver teknologi även här. Som jag nämnde, den här respiratory function monitor, att man ser vad man gör, man mäter vad man gör så man vet vad man håller på med helt enkelt. Och vad vi har gjort på Monivent, det är att vi har tagit fram en utrustning, en respiratory function monitor som är avsedd specifikt för förlossningsrummet och för de här nyfödda barnen. Vilket innebär att det är bara den information som man specifikt behöver som man får. För det är så mycket annat man måste ha koll på när man är där. Man måste se till att barnet får ner luft. Man måste titta på andra saker när det gäller barnet. Man har annan utrustning. Så vad vi har gjort är någonting som är väldigt, väldigt enkelt. Någonting som man integrerar. Det är en sensormodul kallar vi det. Det är en sensor som man integrerar i ansiktsmasken som man redan använder på barnet idag för att pumpa ner luft i lungorna. Den här sensormodulen mäter flöden, omvandlar till volymer, man tittar på den här frekvensen man ventilerar med, man kan se om man har ett läckage runt masken. Och sen skickar man denna data trådlös till en monitor där det viktigaste som är volymerna visas med ett färgomslag. Har man en grön färg så vet man att man ligger inom det rekommenderade området. Är det rött så är det för lågt, är det orange så är det för högt helt enkelt. Vad vi också har gjort är att vi har integrerat en liten LED-lampa på den här sensormodulen som visar samma färgomslag. För är man först i förlossning eller man först och ventilerar det här barnet, vilket ska ske inom 1 minut, så är det inte säkert att man kan titta på skärmen. För man måste också ha ögon på barnet och se att bröstkorgen höjer sig och så vidare. Men då kan man också titta på den här sensormodulen och se att det är en grön färg och veta att man gör rätt. Vi har gjort en utrustning som är kompatibel med den utrustningen man har idag. Vi lägger alltså till den utrustningen vi har till den utrustningen man är van vid och som man använder att pumpa luft. Skillnaden är att vi visar vad man verkligen gör för något idag. Vi har en ansiktsmask man kan använda, men vi har också en adapter som man kan sätta till om man har en specifik ansiktsmask som man använder idag och som man tycker är bra. Nu ska jag visa en liten film här så ni ser hur det går till när man använder vår utrustning. Använder man en handblåsa och pumpar med. Man kan också använda utrustning som automatiskt pumpar ner luft. Jag sa det här med respiratory function monitor, att det hjälper och man har gjort studier på detta och visat. Dessa studier är gjorda med utrustning för forskning. Och det finns ingen annan utrustning än vår som är CE-märkt och som används just för nyfödda på marknaden idag. Utan den huvudkonkurrent som vi har, det är helt enkelt att fortsätta på det sättet man har gjort tidigare. Pumpa ner luft i barnets lungor, titta på om bröstkorgen höjer sig, hör man något andningsljud, stiger hjärtfrekvensen. Men har man en 500 grams baby framför sig så ser man knappt några rörelser alls i bröstkorgen, för det är så otroligt små volymer som ska ner i det här barnet. Och som sagt var, de produkterna på marknaden som finns är endast för träning och forskning. Jag nämnde att vi har en utrustning som är trådlös. Och om ni tittar på den här bilden så kanske man förstår varför. Det här är vad man kallar ett barnbord, dit man tar barnet när det inte andas för att pumpa ner luft, för att ge mediciner om det behövs eller andra behandlingar. Och detta är redan fullt av kablar, slangar, sladdar. Så därför har vi valt att göra utrustningen helt trådlös. Och vi har 2 produkter på marknaden idag. Vi har en produkt för kliniskt bruk, alltså som man använder på barn. Och den kallar vi Neo 100. Vi har en annan utrustning som vi kallar Neo Training, och det hör man ju på namnet att den används för utbildning och träning. Och det gör man på utbildningsdockor idag. Och där kan man se att bröstkorgen höjer sig. Man tränar precis som man gör med ett barn. Och den produkten lanserade vi redan innan vi hade ett CE-märke på den kliniska produkten. Och på så sätt så kunde vi gå ut till marknaderna, få feedback och man behövde inte de här regulatoriska godkännanden som behövs för en klinisk produkt. Men det finns ett klart behov för den också idag. Man använder den till exempel på sjuksköterskeutbildningar, läkarutbildningar innan man kommer ut i förlossningsrummet. Vi säljer utrustningarna med masker, adaptrar, sensormoduler, laddstation är det också, en monitor. Sedan byter man antingen masken eller om man har egna masker, adaptern mellan varje barn. Så där har vi en återkommande försäljning av förbrukningsartiklar. Sensormodulerna behöver också bytas ut efter ett antal månader eller år beroende på hur mycket man använder produkten. Vi säljer till både förlossningsavdelningar och intensivvårdsavdelningar. Just den här träningsprodukten säljer vi också, som jag nämnde, till utbildningsenheter, både på sjukhusen men också på universitet eller skolor. Och sen har vi ett tredje ben och det är att vi också tittar på en OEM-lösning. Jag sa att det finns en massa annan utrustning i förlossningsrummet. Och det är till exempel annan utrustning som har en monitor, en skärm. Och då kan vi integrera vår utrustning i det så man får så lite utrustning som möjligt. Så vi kan alltså lägga till vår utrustning till andra företagsutrustningar. Så vi kan sälja en OEM-lösning helt enkelt. Vi säljer genom distributörer för att på ett snabbt och enkelt sätt komma ut på marknaden. Och vi har valt våra distributörer med omsorg. De säljer redan till förlossningsavdelningar, till intensiv neonatalavdelningar, andra typer av produkter. De har en upparbetad kundkrets och de känner till den här typen av utrustningar. Vi har båda produkterna i Europa, för där har vi som sagt ett CE-märke, så vi kan sälja den kliniska produkten. I Nordamerika, Australien och Nya Zeeland har vi än så länge bara träningsprodukten. För där håller vi på med de regulatoriska godkännanden för den kliniska produkten. Hur stor är den här marknaden då? Om man tittar på den målmarknaden som vi håller på att bearbeta just nu, som är Europa, Nordamerika, Australien och Nya Zeeland, så finns där cirka 6 500 sjukhus med förlossningsvård. Och varje sån här förlossningsavdelning kan ha allt från 2-3 barnbord som vi kallar det, som ni såg förut, dit man tar barnet och behandlar det, upp till 12, 13, 14. Det beror på storleken. Och i den optimala världen så bör man ha en utrustning på varje barnbord. Så om man tittar på det, 250 000 eller 500 000 barn som ventileras på de här marknaderna årligen, där man skulle i teorin behöva en mask eller en adapter för varje barn också. Och tittar man på detta så är det en potentiell marknad för produktenheten på 3 miljarder och återkommande försäljning av masker och adaptrar på ungefär 300 miljoner per år. Bolaget är ett väldigt litet bolag. Vi är fram till 2021 så var vi i stort sett ett startup. Men då började vi den kommersiella resan och det berodde på att vi lanserade den kliniska produkten Neo 100. Vi är 8 stycken anställda i bolaget. Och vi hade, efter vi hade lanserat produkten, försäljning över 1 miljon kronor både i slutet på förra året och början på detta året. Det låter inte kanske som en jättestor försäljning, men för oss som har gått mer eller mindre från noll så var det en väsentlig skillnad och visar att det finns ett intresse för produkten och man är redo att köpa produkten på marknaden. Vi jobbar som sagt med distributörer på marknaderna och vi skrev avtal 2021 för alla nyckelmarknader. Under 2022 så fortsatte vi och skrev avtal med ytterligare distributörer. Och nu täcker vi nog, jag tror det är 25 länder i Europa. Och vi har träningsprodukten som sagt var Australien, Nya Zeeland och Nordamerika också. Vi har påbörjat det regulatoriska godkännandet och marknadsbearbetningen i USA. Vi har haft ett så kallat pre-submission-möte med FDA där man har chans att fråga FDA frågor om man är på rätt väg, vilken slags dokumentation de tror man behöver. Vi är den första produkten för förlossningsrummet. Det finns ingen liknande godkänd i USA och därför är det så viktigt att vi går rätt väg där. Vi håller på med en klinisk studie som behövs för FDA-dokumentationen men även för det nya medicintekniska regelverket i Europa som vi måste certifieras för. Vi är certifierade för det gamla, MDD, men vi måste certifieras för det nya också och då krävs mer kliniska studier. Vi har inlett samarbeten med ett flertal kliniska center och opinionsbildare. Och vi ser ett väldigt stort intresse för detta. Så vi har knutit kontakter med alla de centerna och de key opinion leaders som är stora inom just det här området. Något som hände tidigare för några månader sedan här är att vi skrev en avsiktsförklaring tillsammans med American Academy of Pediatrics. Och det är en organisation i USA som har 65 000 barnläkare som medlemmar. Det är den organisationen som skriver guidelines, som talar om vad man behöver göra i förlossningsrummet, vilken utrustning de tycker ska användas. Och bara det här med att de är villiga att skriva en avsiktsförklaring med ett litet svenskt bolag är otroligt stort. Och det gör också att vi kan skaffa oss information och kunskap om den amerikanska marknaden innan vi börjar sälja där. Om man då tittar på omsättningen, jag sa att vi sålde för mer än miljonen i slutet på förra året, Q4 och Q1 i år, som visar att vi var på rätt väg. Sen ser ni där på Q2 att den störtdök nedåt och det berodde helt enkelt på att vi kunde inte leverera några produkter. 2 av våra underleverantörer råkade ut för komponentbrist. Och vi som litet bolag har hela tiden avvägt lagerbindning mot försäljning, som det alltid är i början med ett litet bolag. Vi sålde mer än vad vi trodde, vi tömde lagren snabbare och samtidigt råkade vi ut för den här komponentbristen. Så det var i stort sett ett kvartal vi inte kunde sälja. Nu har vi kommit igång med produktionen igen. Vi har fått delleveranser från de här underleverantörerna, vilket gjorde att vi åkte upp i kurvan igen för det här kvartalet, eller senaste kvartalet vi rapporterade. Vilket är väldigt skönt eftersom vi hade backorder-situationen. Vi behövde ha ut demosystem till nya distributörer, för det är så man säljer idag. Man visar upp systemen ut hos kund, man lämnar kvar dem så de får testa. Så det är så viktigt att våra distributörer har demosystem. Vi håller just nu på med en emission för att ta in pengar just för ytterligare expansion, för att öka försäljningen än mer. Få till de regulatoriska godkännanden, framförallt i USA, studierna där, men även för att bygga upp ett lager så att vi inte råkar ut för den här situationen igen när vi inte har några produkter som vi kan sälja. Det är en företrädesemission om cirka 14,8 miljoner kronor. Och parallellt med detta så är det en riktad emission som redan är fulltecknad på 1,6 miljoner kronor. Och teckningskursen är 15,60 per unit, vilket motsvarar 5,20 kronor per aktie. Och den här håller på till 22 november, så det är några dagar kvar nu. Så varför tycker jag att man ska investera i Monivent då? Jag sa det är en unik produkt, det finns inget liknande, det är ett uttalat behov, det är publicerat, vi ser ett enormt intresse från kliniska center, från kunder, vi har kommit igång med försäljningen. Det är en attraktiv affärsmodell där vi säljer tillbehör, inte bara systemet utan återkommande försäljning av tillbehör. Och jag måste igen säga det här att vi ser ett helt fantastiskt intresse för produkten. Och den respons vi får ute från organisationer, andra företag och kunder är väldigt, väldigt bra. Så, och vi håller på till i Göteborg som ni ser på den här bilden. Så att det är ett litet bolag, 8 personer i Göteborg som jag pratar om.
Tack så mycket för det Karin. 8 personer i Göteborg,
Ja.
Nytt bolag. Och som du säger själv, ni på den här branschen, finns ingen riktig konkurrent. Varför tror du ingen annan aktör finns på det här fältet?
Det är neonatologi eller förlossningsvård är ett väldigt litet segment jämfört med intensivvård eller andra avdelningar på sjukhuset. Det krävs mycket för att ta fram en sån här produkt. Du måste kunna mäta väldigt, väldigt noggrant med väldigt små volymer och så vidare. Så det tar tid att utveckla. Skulle någon av de stora bolagen göra detta så skulle det kosta dem väldigt mycket, ta lång tid. Det är mycket lättare för ett litet bolag att göra detta. Och de stora bolagen tittar ju väldigt ofta på små bolag när det gäller nischade produkter av den här typen istället.
Och eftersom att ni är så pass litet bolag så använder ni er utav återförsäljare. Och du beskrev ju att under 2021 så har ni skaffat återförsäljare i samtliga av era nyckelmarknader. Syftar det här också till amerikanska marknaden där ni ännu inte är riktigt aktiva?
Vi har en distributör på amerikanska marknaden för vår träningsprodukt. Och de har till exempel sålt in till universitet för sjuksköterskeutbildning och så vidare. Och vad vi gör är att vi börjar titta, vi bearbetar, vi kontaktar de som är viktiga organisationer som sagt var i USA. Men vi måste vänta på det regulatoriska godkännandet och den processen är vi mitt inne i.
Precis, och när ni vid ett eventuellt godkännande, kommer ni använda er utav samma återförsäljare?
Det kommer vi förmodligen inte att göra för den här återförsäljaren är specialiserad på träning och utbildning.
Och vad är rimlig tidsplan för FDA-godkännande?
Ja du, jag önskar jag kunde svara på detta. Jag får den frågan väldigt ofta. Men eftersom vi inte finns någon liknande produkt som är godkänd av FDA. Annars så pratar man om ett predicate device, att man tittar på någon annan produkt som har fått godkännande. Man lutar sig mot den produkten för att få ett eget. Men det finns ingen likvärdig produkt. Så vi måste gå en lite annan väg. Kanske lite krångligare, behöver inte ta längre tid. Men det hela beror på vad FDA kommer tillbaka med när vi har lämnat in vår file, vad de vill se ytterligare och så vidare. Även om vi har gjort en pre-submission så är det inte såklart. Så att jag kan faktiskt inte svara på den frågan.
Men ni har ju fortfarande kommersialisering i europeiska marknaden. Vad är era viktigaste marknadsföringskanaler för att få ut ordet?
Kongresser, absolut. Kongresser, utställningar där vi har kunderna framför oss, där de kan använda produkten, titta på den, klämma, känna. Det är de viktigaste marknadsföringskanalerna vi har.
Skulle du kunna berätta lite mer om emissionen och vad mer specifikt ni kommer göra till den här, med de här pengarna? Vad är det som kommer kosta i den här processen med FDA?
Vi måste till exempel göra användarstudier i USA, vilket krävs för FDA. Att man låter amerikanska användare göra detta. Ofta behöver man göra en klinisk studie i USA också. Men eftersom det här rör sig om nyfödda barn och etiskt sett så vill man ju göra så lite studier på dessa barnen som möjligt, så kan vi luta oss, hoppas vi, och det är den respons vi har fått på vår europeiska studie som vi håller på med istället. Men just det här med att göra användarstudier kostar mycket i USA. Vi jobbar med en konsult i USA för FDA. Applikationen så att säga. kostar också pengar. Vi behöver göra en marknadsbearbetning som kostar pengar.
Hänga med. Och jag vänder mig nu till publiken och ser om de har några frågor. Ja, några stycken. Vi börjar med dig längst bak där. Ska jag få mikrofon också om vi kan? Ja.
En fråga om reimbursement och ersättningskoder både kanske i Europa och USA.
Ja.
Några tankar?
I Europa har vi inga ersättningskoder och hittills har vi inte heller behövt ingå i några offentliga upphandlingar. Och det beror ju framförallt på att det är en helt ny produkt och då kan man ju liksom då behöver man inte gå ut med en offentlig upphandling. Och sen beror det ju också på, ligger man på en rimlig kostnad så kan man ju gå på avdelningsbudgeten så att säga. Finland gjorde de en offentlig upphandling för att de gör det med alla produkter som ska in i systemet. Men det var ju mer en formalitet inom Helsingforsområdet. När det gäller koder och dylikt i USA har vi inte kommit dit än. Och det beror på helt enkelt att det är en ny produkt och vi måste titta på vilken väg vi kommer att gå, vad FDA kommer att säga och hur det kommer att se ut.
Jag tänkte fråga om klinisk validering, den kliniska studien, hur är den upplagd? Vad är det för målsättningar där?
Målsättningen är att jämföra, om man gör som man gör idag, som jag förklarar initialt, att man pumpar ner luft, man tittar på bröstkorgen och de här tecknena. Man använder vår utrustning där för att samla in data, men du får inte responsen. Så skärmen är bortvänd. Du får inte den här färgindikationen på sensormodulen, men däremot samlar vi in data. Och då tittar man på hur många ventileringar klarar man inom rekommenderat område utan att ha en respons. Genom att titta på de kliniska tecknen så att säga. Och sen så gör man då en grupp där man har respons, där man tittar på vår skärm och ser hur mycket klarar man av att hålla sig inom rekommenderat område så man inte orsakar några skador där. Och så jämför man de två. Så det är den typen av klinisk studie vi gör.
Okej, tack.
Karin Dahlöf, jag vill också tacka så mycket för att du tog dig tiden att komma hit och presentera och svara på våra frågor.
Tack så hemskt mycket. Tack.
Vi ska vidare nu, vi tar en liten lunchpaus, men klockan 13.00 är vi tillbaka här med Cellavision. Vi ses då.
Varmt välkomna tillbaka ska ni vara till Nordic Life Science Investor Day. Nu har det blivit dags för dagens sista bolag och det är Cellavision. And here in the studio I have the CEO Simon Ostergaard. Welcome Simon.
Thank you so much.
So you're going to present your company today and then afterwards when you're done I'm going to come back and ask a couple of questions.
I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to present the company and elaborate on our situation. Yeah, so Cellavision, this is the company presentation. I will first do a bit of an intro of the company and then we'll get into the current situation in light of our Q3 results reported last month. Cellavision in brief, we are a company that is located in Lund in Sweden. We have a total of just short of 250 employees. We have acquired a company in France, RAL Diagnostic, back at the end of 2019. So we possess both instrument, software and reagent. Our solution consists of those three constituents. We have everything in-house except for the actual instrument assembly, which takes place with a partner in Jönköping in Sweden. Our business model relies on indirect sales. So it's indirect sales through distribution partners in the field of hematology. So blood-based diagnostics, and I'll get back to that in a second. We have direct presence pretty much in more than 40 countries, covered by our own market support organizations, 16 organizations that works together with our distribution partners in the field. Essentially, Cellavision has a vision of advancing laboratory workflows and diagnostic certainty through intelligent microscopy. So that's what you're going to hear about. If I take you into the hematology lab and we look at the large labs, this is the blood-based lab. This is where Cellavision has built a market ever since 2001 when we launched our first instrument. So essentially what happens when you take a blood sample is that you load the sample onto a cell counter, which is the instrument provided by our partners. If there's abnormalities in the cell sample, in the cell distribution, then you would need to make a smear and stain the slide and go on for microscopy analysis. This is where we come into play. So we deliver the stains, the staining protocol, and then we've substituted the manual microscopy process with a digital cell morphology solution. So the digital cell morphology is able to take the image, enlarge, and also AI, so intelligently interpret what type of cells are present in the sample, and then classify the different cells, white blood cells, red blood cells, and platelets, into different categories, and it supports the doctor in making the decision as to what other analysis needs to be done and what disease states are we talking about on a given patient. I said in 2019 we acquired the company, RAL Diagnostics, so we also have reagents within our portfolio. We also launched a smaller digital cell morphology solution called the DC1. This entire solution allows us now to target small or serve small and mid-sized laboratories so we can provide the full workflow for small labs where the work procedures are not as, they are more manual. So here we can standardize the microscopy analysis. So this is what you see on the lower hand side of, or the lower bar, where we both provide smear making, staining, stains, and the DC1 at the end. So we have a full workflow solution we just launched in Q3, which we call the diff line, where we have this a non-automated smear maker and a stainer, and then feeding that on together with our stains, we have a total solution. So we deliver patient values, we deliver a cost-efficient solution where you can save time and labor, and the consistency, we take out the human variability, the difference in training and experience from the medical staff. So we provide accuracy as part of the diagnosis. That is part of the benefits that our solution deliver. If we look at the markets, well, we serve the global market via our partners. The large lab market, we believe, is around 17,000 large labs. And on our journey of adopting the large labs, we've come to approximately 24% of the large labs have been penetrated by and having our solutions in the lab as part of their lab solution. There's a replacement cycle of 7 to 9 years in certain jurisdictions. We believe it's in the lower hand of that interval, but that's kind of the normal thing. Typically, our instruments are substituted together with the cell counter, so it's the entire bloodline which is exchanged as part of the business or the way the hospitals operates. As said, we are looking into the small labs. It's a much more fragmented segment. We have many more labs, many more small labs, 100,000, and we have made a crude assumption around half of it would be addressable. There's a sub-segment here which is associated with the large labs, so satellite hospitals, and then you have a sub-segment where it's standalone labs and they do their morphology analysis all by themselves. Here we've just started the penetration journey, and we are seeing traction with double-digit volume growth. Last year we reported 56% volume growth. So we're at the beginning of the penetration curve, but we see traction in the market for this. Generally, you can say the macro trends here, demography speaks in our favor. We believe there's maybe low single-digit increasing blood samples, but the increasing prosperity and the aging population provides a growing need for the solutions that we provide together with our partners. We also see consolidations at the hospital level. Not necessarily the blood sample will be centralized, but the management of it. So the hospital systems in certain jurisdictions, such as the US, you see a large integrated health networks that we can serve with our solution. And this is another thing that is really important for us because we also provide all our solutions, whether it's small or large lab, they're tied together in an ecosystem with connectivity. So I will get back to that. Because the strategy we pursue, this is a strategy we launched this summer. Here we are continuing our journey to maximize our presence and adoption of the large labs. It's pivotal. This is what we've done for 2 decades. So that's a very, very important thing and element of our strategy of keep on developing the superior solution for the large labs. We tied in the DC1, the small labs, and we're now on a journey of really building and serving these hospital networks so that you can deliver digital cell morphology in a web of labs. Our reagents, this is a very important strategic pillar in our strategy. We're the only company who can provide both reagents, software, hardware, tied all together for future solutions. We have started to, when we acquired RAL, we have a pretty strong presence in Europe for historical reasons. And we're now on the journey of evaluating, registering, and pushing for our reagents to be adopted in APAC. And obviously, we would like to bring our products to the US. We believe our methanol-free and environmental friendly format will be the key to unlock the US by delivering more customer value, environmentally friendly reagent. So this is our play. We've also added a 4th pillar. We are developing and investing our cash into specialty analysis. We've identified more additional clinical needs to serve in the hematology labs. So some of them also in peripheral blood samples, but also in other sample formats such as bone marrow. So we are digitalizing the analysis of those more or less frequent diseases, if you like. So here we are setting up a new team. We're expanding into that area. And that allows us with 1, 2, 3, 4 pillar to really build an ecosystem that I'll come back to on the next slide. But this is really pivotal. We've taken our addressable market with this strategy from 2 billion SEK in the large lab segment to 5 billion in total. Finally, given the journey we've been on with Cellavision, given the fact that we have acquired unique capabilities, both within hardware development, software development, all the things that are now exploding everywhere with artificial intelligence, machine learning, these are capabilities we have acquired over the past decades. So these are not new to us. We believe there are opportunities in new areas for Cellavision. So our core is hematology, but we are starting to invest in new technologies. We saw it last year. We acquired a unique patent portfolio that we're now expanding upon. So we will be able to revolutionize microscopy, both to serve the next generation's hematology solutions, but also to identify other pockets of growth. So we're at an early feasibility stage, but we have identified some opportunities that we're pursuing currently with a new team that we have acquired throughout this fiscal year. So this is the fifth pillar. This leads me into the hematology aspiration of building this ecosystem. So as you can hear, we're serving the customers no matter whether you're in a large lab, small, medium lab. It's tied together. So it's reagents that make sure that the input that we put into the digital cell morphology solution, the pre-analytical steps are consistent and standardized. So by then we can guarantee the best result for the patient. Now, not only peripheral or classic peripheral blood is analyzed. In the future, we will have more diseases coming into this ecosystem, and it's tied together and serves and can be read in the patient journal of no matter where you may be. This ecosystem with remote review allows a second opinion of a given sample. So the doctor, no matter where you may be, distant from the lab, you can review the slides and you can make your decision to the best of the patient. Financials. So these are our financial results from Q3 up against last year, and then we have the year to date. We report on a calendar year basis, and then on the very right-hand side we have the full year results. We just reported a Q3 results of 141 million SEK. This was 7% growth, however, minus 3% organically. Q3 is it's a challenging year from a seasonality perspective. Typically, we see a slowdown in Q3, given the seasonality of vacation in Europe and in Americas, so you don't have as many installations. But this quarter, we were severely hit by the lockdowns in China. So we were facing challenges from the fact that we served China in Q2. However, these instruments were not installed throughout our Q3. So we had a very, very low Q3 of 8 million in the entire APAC region, which was really took us down, if you like. On the gross margin side, we delivered a gross margin of 68%. It's 1% lower than last year. We have been challenged from the increasing inflation. So material costs have gone up, not just 1%, but we were able, with the FX tailwind, we could compensate for the loss in gross margin this quarter. So we are working heavily on getting out of more expensive purchases of materials that we've had to do throughout the period here where it's been really a supply shortage. We see some light at the end of the tunnel. And at the same time, we're obviously also working on how to raise our prices in light of the contract that we have, so we can increase and compensate for the pressure on the gross margin. Operating expenses were 56% of sales, so we went up to 79 million. We incrementally increased our R&D costs with 13 million. 3 of them were a write-off of projects that we are not continuing, projects that were sitting from before COVID, and they do not make sense to continue. We've captured them in another way. And then obviously we're up against the compare where we didn't travel. So we also had incrementally 6 million in sales and marketing. now that we've started traveling and engaging in trade shows, etc. So it led us with an EBITDA of 29 million, so only 21%. Year to date, 31%. As you can see, we did 35% last year. Our goal is really to be at the 30% or more mark. So Q3 was lower than expected, of course, a function of our top line, but also the fact that we have been successful in ramping up the teams to execute on the strategy, the power of focus I just mentioned. So obviously, we've onboarded new costs, and now we are probably levering off. So this fits pretty well with the presentation at the Capital Market Day, where we said we will go up from 18 to about 20% of R&D cost up against revenue. So we're kind of levering off, and now we will only be hiring the critical headcounts in order to continue our execution of our strategy and to run our business. All right. I think I will go for the summary here. So we would say we feel we're on track for the underlying business. However, we see challenging conditions geographically. We saw the last quarter where we were really negatively affected by several factors, but the majority is in China. The lockdowns in key markets out there was China. What will happen in the next couple of quarters and as it gets colder in terms of lockdowns in China remains to be seen. But hopefully we will start shipping to China in the coming quarters. We've had a lot of focus on our execution on our power of focus strategy to build up the new teams. We've spent a lot of efforts in accelerating or compensating for the cost inflation. So we've had the use of consultants to a larger extent to validate alternatives, etc. So that has put pressure on our internal lines as well. But we also had a successful launch of our DIF line to serve the small medium lab segment, not just a digital cell morphology analyzer, but an entire workflow solution that has been marketed. So essentially, I think that together with the fact that we are working closely with our partners to validate our reagents means that we're still off to a good start in the early stage of the strategy period. We're working hard to pursue our targets. Our targets are 15% over the course of 15% top line growth over the course of an economic cycle, and then we have an EBITDA target around the 30% plus. So with that, I suggest we also go to the questions, Kajsa.
Sounds great, Simon. Thank you so much for that interesting presentation. And like you mentioned, I prepared a couple of questions for you, and I'm also going to see if we have any questions in the audience. So the first thing I would like to know is, can you speak a little bit about the competitive situation in instruments evolving forward?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no doubt. As said, we've been developing this market for 20 years. So competition is kind of coming up. We see it at trade shows. So there's a lot of smaller vendors that has adopted, or not necessarily adopted, but they're developing digital cell morphology solutions. The first and the most mature competitor is Mindray, our previous distributor. So we cancelled our distribution agreement with them last year. They have both the cell counter, but they have also, last year, they launched the digital cell morphology unit as part of the blood line. It takes a time to get it out there. So, but certainly things are happening in that space.
Competition is creeping up.
Yeah, it's creeping up. Yeah, which is expected.
Yeah, of course. And let's speak a little bit about growth. How important do you think acquisitions will be for you moving forward?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say the strategy, the power of focus that we're driving, it's an organically financed growth.
Okay.
We are building an ecosystem, and it's relatively difficult to bolt in other acquisitions. So for the hematology strategy, it's really a strategy where we fuel our own
organic growth.
Organic growth. on the strategic pillar I talked about in terms of the new areas, that could be we acquired one company or the exclusive license right for an underlying patent technology. You could see that happen again, or as we mature these programs, that could be subject for acquisitions.
Thank you. Could you elaborate a little bit about the new areas that you're looking into, or is that top secret?
No, it's not top secret. It's obvious from the diagnostic space when you are mastering hematology and morphology, then obviously pathology is an area. Digital pathology is a much more scattered area where you analyze tissues. Mm-hmm. Here we believe that our technology could have a play. Essentially, we believe that our technology, we will be able to deliver and create high-resolution images, very, very sophisticated images, very fast, which speaks to a lab environment. So for pathology, we're also considering cytology to look into that. And then there are certain pockets within life sciences or a more generic microscope where we believe we could potentially deliver value.
Thanks for elaborating on that. What would you say is the biggest challenge for you as a company right now?
Yeah, I think there are many things externally up in the air. I think that's the major challenge. Yeah. Also internally, we spend quite a lot of calories to manage the inflation, which hits the cost prices and by then our gross margin. So we are working on protecting that. On the demand side, it's really a challenge. We don't have visibility as to the challenges in terms of COVID lockdowns, especially in APAC, but China, that comes to my mind in particular.
And you have huge business. A lot of your business comes from the Asian region.
Yeah, actually the majority comes from Americas, and we are year to date at over 200 million, and likewise for Europe. And then we are really not that. We're taking our hit growth-wise in APAC. Yeah. Last year we did 103, but this year we are not near that.
Okay, yeah.
We're pretty much half.
What would you say is what are you focusing mainly on right now?
It's been a very, very busy year managing the business, but also executing on our strategy. Especially in the beginning of a strategy cycle, there's new things we need to change. We've successfully done that, and we're set up to execute now. So I think that's our focus. I think we've done well over the years also to embrace our new colleagues, our new team in France. So getting the reagent team connected with our the legacy Cellavision team, if you like. Yeah. So I think that has been good. So now we've done the big things, but now we will execute.
You mentioned France there. You said that you expanded your production in Bordeaux. Yeah. Do you want to just briefly mention how that's coming along?
That's coming along very well. We were a bit challenged by getting the permits and also can we actually do the construction and what about the pricing? We're executing. We started in June this year and we expect a year later. So this coming summer we will have expanded our manufacturing facility with a totally new setup. So it's going to be super exciting.
Great
and it's running according to plan.
I want to ask the audience if we have any questions in the audience.
Yes, regarding instruments, it seems like it's still a great opportunity to grow in terms of dollars. I mean, you have mentioned 25% penetration in large labs. What does it take to increase this penetration rate? I mean, it's lower in Europe, for example.
Yeah, it's totally true. We think what it takes is to position our solutions also together with the solution for the small labs. So especially for a place like US where it's most mature, we see traction from the fact that we can now also serve the small labs, which will be the total solution will be attractive. So we think we're well set up also for the replacement market. For Europe, you're absolutely right that the penetration is a bit it's more difficult. When it works for the US, it works across the entire continent. However, in Europe, it's really individual healthcare systems. So the proposition doesn't travel as fast across borders. So here we will need to do very country-specific adoption and really convey the message and the value proposition of digital cell morphology for each country. So this is about being very close with our partners and working and untying that country by country. This is one of the reasons why it's more, the maturation level is really dependent on the individual country.
Okay, and could you mention perhaps where you are in the rollout of the smaller instruments? I guess you did some activities during the summer, for example.
Yeah, we have. So we essentially, if we start with US, we got 510K at the end of 20. So we've had 1.5 years of launch. We see tremendous interest for the DC-1 instrument, and now also with the diff line. We expect that to be a facilitator of really getting a standardized workflow across the US. Likewise for Europe. We think the diff line will help the fact that we are not just talking about digital cell morphology, but we are solving the issue in the lab. That's another lever. So we are pushing for that. Of course, we've launched it. Our partners also need to launch it. They are amplifying the message towards the labs. That's how we work. But we're on a good start, and we've gotten some very good feedback from end users around the diff line. So that's pretty exciting.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see if we have any other questions from the audience.
Yes. Yes, so I just wanted to know, when you target small to medium labs, is there a difference in terms of the strategy when you sell to these labs? Naturally, they might request other solutions, but is in terms of how you approach the sale, is that different from if you compare to large labs?
It is different, but I think it's different depending on whether you're targeting a small lab that is associated with a large lab. Because there, the purchase decisions sits pretty much with the large labs, and then it kind of flows from there. When you approach standalone small labs, you're really onto influencing also the purchase decision within the small lab, within the standalone labs. So I think that's a bit of a difference. That there you don't only challenge or position the workflow solution and the benefits of digital cell morphology, but you also have the conversation around how to adopt and when to place the instruments.
Okay, and also in APAC, this is a region that previously tended to be more conservative when it came to adopting new technology. Would you say that is changing, or is it still a very hard market to penetrate?
Yeah, I think APAC is too broad of a label. I think we have to dissect it into Japan and China, which is our largest markets. And then I think there's a broad region of the other countries where it really varies. The healthcare systems are very different. You may have cheap labor, which is a competitor to our solution. So I think it varies quite a lot across the region. But I think certainly for the large areas, it resonates with them, with the digital cell morphology solution.
Thank you.
I think we got one more question here in the audience, so let's hear it.
Just a clarification on penetration versus market share. When it comes to these automated systems, what is the penetration on the large labs? I mean, what percentage have adopted automated systems?
24%.
Yours or otherwise?
Yeah, 24% is the number we reported in the beginning of this year. So we're probably at 25, or we typically adopt 1 to 2% per year. So the adoption of large labs will be around 24 to 25%.
And your market share?
Our market share is pretty much 100%. So we're the only, pretty much the only solution provider out there yet. There are other companies coming out with solutions. We don't see them in the labs yet. So, but if we say what is the rest? that is manual microscopy. So if you take what is the market share up against manual microscopy, then that's the adoption rate, so to speak, when you talk about the large lab.
And for the smaller labs, what sort of time frame do you expect to be able to reach a market share of 10%?
It really depends on the region. I think the fastest will be the US again. They are the most mature in this, and it's kind of received as a plug-on solution to the lab structure. For Europe, I think it'll take quite some years to get to the 10% mark, and for APAC, it's very scattered. It will be a very long time frame. Yeah.
And profitability-wise, is there a difference between the large labs and the small ones?
It's about the same.
Okay, thank you so much for all the great questions from the audience, and thank you Simon for presenting today. Och tack så jättemycket till er som har tittat där hemma. Det var allt från oss idag. Ni får ha en trevlig dag.